Hello, welcome to the December 1st, 2023 Club Cubase live stream. If you have not attended a live stream before, how it works is you can ask questions in the live chat field or simply ask questions. You can submit them in advance to clubcubase@steinberg.de. So if you want to send emailed questions in advance, we could do it like that. When asking questions, if we could specify which version of Cubase you're using, so if it's Cubase LE, AI, Elements, Artist, or Pro, which version number, such as 11, 12, or 13, and which operating system, that information is helpful. Also, we should have an index of all of the topics discussed in today's live stream pinned to the top of the comments field later tonight. So after the live stream ends, I'll take a dinner break and go back and rewatch the live stream and type up so you could immediately jump and navigate to particular topics. And if you wanted to search for topics, I think we're almost at 30,000 different topics that we've covered in the live streams kind of since the pandemic started. You could go to cubaseindex.com, and you want to thank Jan from Stockholm for all of his work and efforts in creating that website. It's a valuable resource. We also want to give special thanks to Agent K and Jazz Dude, who serve as moderators. They're not Steinberg employees. They really do this kind of for the betterment of the community. We will also give a special thanks to Jazz Dude for his work with the Cubase Nation Discord, which is a wonderful resource of knowledge for the Steinberg community. So you could check that out as well. So once again, my name is Greg Undo. I work for Yamaha Corporation of America. We're the United States distributors of Steinberg products, and I'm the host of the live stream. I'm presenting from outside of Washington, D.C. area in Alexandria, Virginia. And if you're watching this live or if you're watching it on a replay, please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. It's always fascinating to see people from all over the world. And with that, we will go ahead and get started. All right, so we see David Griffiths checking in from a very frosty Wales in the UK, and his question is, when I move MIDI slices from a sampler track using the MIDI symbol to a project, it creates a folder which includes HALion, Sonic, and a MIDI track. How do I remove all tracks? There's no option to remove when I right-click. Okay, so let's say if we have a sampler track, so I'm going to come over here. Let's say I'll take this drum loop and drop it in, and we will go make slices. So we'll activate our slices, and we can see, okay, as we come over here, we can see our slices that have been created. And once that the slice has been created, we see this little MIDI icon. So what you want to do is to just drag that to the same track as the sampler track. Then, because these are the MIDI notes that will now trigger these particular slices. If we drag this just onto our project window, we can have it automatically load up like a HALion Sonic because it's just a MIDI file. So instead of dragging it to a new window, to a different instrument, drag it specifically to where your sampler track is set to. So to remove this, if you've made this mistaken error, we could come over, we'll go to our right zone. Let's click on our VSTI so we can see, okay, we have HALion Sonic that's been added, and this has been added because if we go to our preferences and go to MIDI file, we have this HALion Sonic chosen as a destination. But to remove that, if you did it in error, just click right here in the name and choose no VST instrument, and then that will be removed, and we'll go ahead and remove that particular selected track. So once again, once you have dragged the MIDI, drag it to the actual sampler track because these notes are tied to trigger these slices rhythmically. So it's not going to make sense to drag it to another track. Drag the MIDI icon directly to the sampler track, and I think you'll be all set, David. All right, so we see from Jeff Stanton, this question is, hi Greg, I want to use two different virtual instrument tracks and play them together to feel the mix sound as a performance and record it on two tracks in Cubase 13. Okay, So let's come over here. Let's just go ahead and add, let's say, a retro log. Okay. So let's say we'll just make sure my controller's in the right. Okay. Okay, and let me add another instrument. Just make it a HALion Sonic. Okay, so now let's just make sure we have these. Check my audio connections here quickly. Okay, I have it set for wrong device. Sorry about that. Okay, so now we're going to say our retro log and our HALion track here. So if we play just one, so all you would have to do if I wanted to record those at the same time, just going to come right over here and and let me just check my MIDI routing here. So, but you should be able to just record. Just so now I just place those two tracks in record. And then you could just record directly on both of those tracks, Jeff, just that easily. So let me know if that makes sense. As we see from David Griffiths, thanks, Greg. Can I choose a default MIDI input device in the routing field, which will always appear when I create a new VST instrument track that's saved with my user created project templates? So I think that when we go to add in 13, you know, we could have it set to all MIDI inputs. That is the default. In in 12 and earlier, you could have it set to all MIDI inputs. And if we go to our studio menu, to studio setup, and go to MIDI port setup, we could pick and choose exactly which devices will show up in all MIDI inputs here. So if you didn't want a particular device, you could turn them all off and the default will be in all MIDI inputs. But now as we go to add a track, let's say if we go to add an instrument track, we can set our MIDI input directly here before we add the track. So I say, okay, I want this particular this particular input device. I could do that, and now as we add the track, that will automatically be defined as the input. So, and if we go to add another instrument track, it'll keep that setting until it's changed. So now if I say, okay, we want to go to all MIDI inputs, we look at our track here, we see all MIDI inputs, and if we go to add another instrument track, that will be the default setting. So if you have that set once, that particular port will be preserved, and you'll be able to just, in essence, have a default controller set up. But in 13, for MIDI tracks and instrument tracks, you can set the particular MIDI input port as the track is being added. So let me know if that's helpful. All right, wonderful to see Stefan from Sweden. We see Jan from Stockholm also. Glad you can make it. And Jan had a successful live recording that he did in Cubase. It was nice to see the pictures on Facebook, and also thanks for sending them via email, Jan. All right, and we have Fabrizio just checking in from Paris. Thanks for joining us and being a part of the live stream today. Wonderful to see Jazz Dude on. All right, wonderful to see John Barron from the English Riviera, who just upgraded his second monitor to touchscreen. So I've always wanted to do that, but I was afraid my arm would get sore at a gig, after working so long. Okay, so we have a question from the artist known as Love. His question is, can a portion of a track be changed to a different color than the track itself? Thank you for all you do. Everyone, please hit the like button. Okay, so let's say we have, so you could do that. So let's say if we come over here and we have an event, and right now it's currently matching the track color. But a lot of times what I do is you could, if we have a selected event, so let's say we split with the scissors tool, when we go to use the color tool, we can have colors on events that are independent of the tracks. So now I could come over here and just say, okay, I want all of my courses to be blue. I want, so we can just come over here. So whatever is selected, if no events are selected, then when we change the color, the track will change the color. And we can see that the portions of the track that weren't overwritten those will change, but the events that we wrote. So if I wanted to again come and let's say I'm going to select just this particular portion, I want that to be green. So if an event is selected, that will take priority. If no events are selected, then the color is applied to the particular track. So you can do that very easily. I do it all the time. Like when I'm recording bass parts, I may have like diverse and coarse. I often will get like a stereo mix, and then I record a bass part. I'll go through, and this is where I could do a little fill. This is the verse, the chorus, the intro, the bridge, the solo, and those will be different colors. So as it plays back, I know exactly, just visually by the color, where I am in the particular song arrangement. Okay, so we see from Dallas LaRue, it says in Cubase 12 on the fader, right below the panning, there's a little delay option for the track itself. I can't find that in Cubase 13. So if we just come here, this is the track delay. So I think it's what we're doing here. So let's say if we have this particular track, we have our volume pan. I think this is where you're talking about, Dallas. And here you could see the track delay in milliseconds. So it's just going to be configured right here. Kind of looks like a little clock, but that's where you could see the settings directly there on the inspector. So directly here. And as you kind of hover over, you could get a little tool tip that'll say, track delay in milliseconds. So you could have that set. So let me know if that's what you're talking about, Dallas. I think it is. All right, wonderful to see David Glick on the live stream from a fellow Northern Virginian. Great to see you on the Zoom meetup. Hope you're well. All right, wonderful to see Tiago early checking in from Brazil. Usually kind of shows up a little later, so glad you can make it. Hope you're well. Thanks for joining us. Okay, so we see got your asks. I got a new laptop that has an SD card reader. I also have a bunch of SDX 512 gigabyte fast cards. Have you heard of anybody running VST instruments and audio on Cubase directly on these cards? I haven't really, I don't think most people utilize those cards for audio, but they may work. So, you could definitely give it a try and see if it's fast enough for audio. Sometimes when you say fast, it's fast for doing, a lot of times people are using SD cards like for cameras or phones. Saving a picture maybe not as, maybe a different process for speed than accessing a bunch of samples, but you could definitely try it. You're not going to hurt anything if it doesn't work out. All right, so Alexander Plasko asks, hi Greg, Windows 10, Cubase 13 Pro M guitar. How can I save a preset of pattern selections and voicer selections in HALion 7? So let's take a look. I haven't worked with M guitar in a while. It's kind of a third-party solution. So let's see if we could get it figured out. So I don't think I have M guitar, but I have T guitar. So let me load that up here. Okay. Let me just. Okay, so let me just reread a question for Alexander. Okay, so it says, how can I save a preset of pattern selections and voicer selections in HALion 7? All right, so let's say this, I want it. Okay, so I think that once we are, all right, so let's just come here. I haven't used this in a while. So I think, and I may have to do some more research on this, but I think that, let's say once we are in here, maybe just to save it, to save as a multi-program, I think that will automatically, save those particular settings for you. Yeah, so I think if you just choose to save it as the multi-program, that will preserve everything for you. But I'll play around with it. If you want to email me at clubcubase@steinberg.de, I could do some more research on it, and I'll make sure to have M guitar loaded for Tuesday's live stream. All right, wonderful to see Peter from Montreal. Hope you sold your headphones and had success with that. Great to see you on the Zoom meetup. It's very warm in Montreal for him. All right, so we see Silverwolf says, hey, Greg, is there a way to set a drone note on a different MIDI event than the original track, say sustained key switch for the original track? Okay, so let's say we have, I'll just add, let's say a retrolog track here. All right, so let's say if I have, let's say, just a quick drone note here. Okay, so, there's a couple ways of approaching it. One is, so say I have that drone note. Just, all right, so say we have it on an E. So if I record over top, and let's set this to merge, I could have that drone note. And let me just put on a polyphonic voice. So, while that is playing, I could just record. All right, so just kind of rereading this says, so that way we have the drone note. So is there a way to set a drone note on a different MIDI event than the original track? Say like a sustained key switch for the original track. I mean, so let's say we have this going to, let's say we just have the one particular note here. All right, and this is, let's say, playing a retrolog. I could go to add a MIDI track. And this instrument will automatically be assigned to retrolog. So if I want to just kind of draw in particular notes here. So we could have that one voice, and then you could just, right, awful 21st century composition, but so let me know if that's kind of what you want to do. You could then move those events on top of each other and they'll both play kind of stacked. And when that could cut out is if I send a note off message in the overlapped part over top, that could cause the drone note to go out. So let me know if that's what you want to accomplish, Silverwolf. All right, wonderful to see Braxel from Texas, if memory serves. All right, so we see Sends1 asks, hey Greg, what's the difference from adding a delay to the insert tab rather than a send? So, if you do it to an insert tab, the insert is basically going to just, the insert effect is only for that particular track. Whereas a send, you could use the same delay on multiple tracks. So that's really kind of the difference. So a lot of times you may want to have, let's say, a delay. So let's say we have a vocal here and I want to go to my insert. Let's add a delay. So we'll do just a quick stereo delay. We'll make it, let's say, so as Now generally when you have it as an insert, you'll have a mix knob. So as we just mute this. So, you know, what you do is, since this is going to be just kind of playing back, you could have a mix knob just to determine how much of that effect we're going to hear. So this kind of balance, this mix, is often what you would do for a delay. So if I wanted to run a guitar or background vocals through the same delay, it probably wouldn't make much sense to put the same effect, you know, 6 or 7 times throughout my project. So to do that, if I wanted to have, you know, multiple tracks, this is when we could use an effect send, because now I'll just take that drum loop, and this will sound awful, but for demonstration purposes, we'll say let's come over to we're going to add an effects track, let's say to these 2 tracks. So we're going to add our delay as an effect track. Okay, so we'll just come here, choose our stereo delay. Okay, so now I have one delay return channel here, and as we play, what I want to do is go to my sends, and we can say, okay, now I started losing sight my place. What dimension am I in? So let's say now I go select my drum track, and I want to go to my delay send. So now I could adjust the amount of delay. So I'm using the same delay, but I could adjust the blend between the dry signal. I feel the way. So this way, you know, if you wanted to use it for multiple tracks, you know, so people tend to use delays and reverbs across multiple tracks for cohesion. But what you could do at that point is have one delay effects channel, and then send the 2 tracks to the delay and balance the amount of the dry or affected balance on those 2 tracks, so that these are going to one particular effect as opposed to each of them going to different effects, taking more CPU cycles, with you know, running them, you know, as inserts. So you think of delay, you know, sends as being shared, and inserts are only for that particular track. Okay, great to see John Costigan. All right, and we see that he had his question about mixing down multiple tracks within the same project, and says he had 3 user errors at once. So we're glad he got it sorted out, and thanks for taking over as host on the live stream so I could go to my rehearsal the other night. All right, great to see Kerwin Young from Atlanta. All right. All right, so we see from John Barry, question please, the Alt key is the modifier key when disabling VST effects, but when in the mixer window, if you want to use quick link, the Alt key is suspended link, unable to disable more than one. Okay, so let's take a look. I'm not sure if there are inserts, so or sends. But let's just come over here, and I'll just add some inserts. Okay, so I just have my link turned on here. So say let me just put on my Q link, sorry. Okay, so now we have these turned on. Okay, so it says the Alt key is a modifier key when disabling effects is, but in the mixer window, if you want to use quick link, the Alt key, suspend link, unable to disable more than one. All right, so if I'm here, let's say if, let's say if I'm just going to activate quick link. All right, so I think what you could do is just hold down the Alt and Shift, and that enables quick link mode. Release the Shift key, and then keep the Alt key held, and then you could turn on and off. Let me see if that makes a difference. So let's say I turn these all on. So it looks like it's, just when I, let me know if I'm doing this incorrectly, but if I wanted to turn off these effects here, I'm just holding down Alt Shift. So, but that seems to kind of be working. I'm just going to use, so when disabling VST effects, but in the mixer window, if you want to use quick link, the Alt key is suspend link. So I've seen this kind of on solo, but there was some confusion with solo, but let me know if that is so. So let's say I have these tracks selected here. I have those turned on. Right, so we have Q link. But I'm just holding down my Alt and Shift here. And then if I let go of the Shift key, I could disable the plugins. I could bypass them or turn them on. Just like that. So to disable, just Alt, hold down Alt or Option plus Shift. That will bypass them and then enable them. So let me know if that is kind of what you're looking to do, John, but it seems so, but it seems to be working as I would expect. Okay, Georgios asks, hi Greg, any way to program Cubase not to receive pitch bend information? My MIDI keyboard went crazy and sends info even if I don't touch it, so I want to be able to use the mod wheel, but keep the pitch bend out. So yeah, all you have to do, and this is kind of a common thing, it's kind of the same little board on MIDI controllers. If you use them long enough, that if you move them, you kind of look at your pitch bend wheel and it'll just kind of transmit unwanted pitch bend data, or if you move the mod wheel, the pitch bend will get written. So it's kind of usually kind of a bad design. But if you wanted to filter it out, what you could do is there's a couple different ways. One is just go to preferences, and I think if we go to MIDI filter, you could just come right over here and choose so preferences. Preferences, and then you'll see MIDI filter, and then you could just choose to filter out pitch bend from your controller, and then that's all you have to do. So give that a shot, but that will just filter out pitch bend events, so that will probably fix the problem for you. All right, so Ed Visner asks, question, can you explain the grid lines again, bars, events, etc.? Like, 8, like why are they different in the top and the bottom sometimes? Okay, so it could be, let's take a look at, let's say if we're looking at our grid editor. So depending on the editor, with the MIDI editors, these can be perfectly in sync with that. If it's not in sync, you'll see this little icon that will sync the project in the lower zone. So you could do this for MIDI tracks. So if it's not in sync, you could come directly here and do the sync. Now the sample editor will kind of work independently. So this doesn't sync, because we may want to just work on this one particular sample, and we could do all the other audio editing on the main project window. But if I really wanted to do something that was kind of very particular here, or go to, tuning, we can come over here, and this timeline will be independent because we're not necessarily we're looking at only one particular event because we double click to look at one particular event. Whereas MIDI, as we're doing our editing, this will be tied and synchronized as long as this icon is turned on. So once this is turned on, if I zoom in from the MIDI editor or from the project window, these will be synced. But the sample editor is not synced because it's only really that one particular event, and all the other editing you could do on the main project window. But when you want to do sample editing, it doesn't really need to be synced for the grids. All right, great to see Nick. Says he can't stay on long tonight. He has a longtime friend that passed away. So our condolences to you and to your friend's family. Sorry to hear that. All right, so we see just a question. We want beat calculator back. A lot of times you could actually, a lot of people would use it for tap tempo. So you have tap tempo functionality here that you could use. But if you had a particular loop, let's say, where a lot of people would use the beat calculator. So let's say if we're just listening to a particular, like a drum loop where a lot of people would use the beat calculator. So I counted, that's 2 bars. So when you come over here, we double click, go into our sample editor. And let's go to definition, and here we could just, set the, the number of, bars in beats. So as soon as you kind of come over here, you can say this is 2 bars, and that will give you the tempo of the audio right here. So, so a lot of the, beat calculator stuff you could just do directly inside of the sample editor already. So it was kind of duplicative. So let me know if that would work for you. All right, so we have Louis Che checking in from Chicago. Thanks for joining us. Great to have you on. All right, we have Byron K checking in from Hawaii. All right, so Byron K asks, I always love going to Hawaii, one of my favorite places. So you see, can electric bass or Cubase provide suggested bass lines from chord progression? So it's not automatic, the electric bass is really, it's not set up to be a bass line generator. It's set up more, you could have it automatically follow chord track. You can have it automatically snap to the chord, snap to scale, but it's not going to say, give me a bossa nova. It's not kind of like a virtual bassist that's playing styles. It's really intended for you to kind of play the parts in themselves. All right, so we see from Patrick, great to see you on. Is it possible to rearrange the order of buses and effects channels in the audio connections window and output routing list? I think that they are kind of added as they are So let's say if we come over here, let's add, let's say group or an effect. So we'll just add, let's say, our stereo delay. So I don't think that these can be moved. So they're kind of just added as they are, as they are added here. But if you wanted to, I think if we choose to remove that, we could add this same effect again and kind of change the order as needed. But these will be kind of added. These will be shown in the order that they were added. All right, so we see from Nicholas Lauriston, where is the Cubase 30 trial? So, generally after new release, it's about, 4 to 6 weeks of before the trial version comes out. So just be a little more, if we could be a little more patient, you'd probably be out in a couple weeks. All right, GS Publishing asks, hi Greg, can Instrument Track send MIDI data to Vienna Ensemble Pro in Cubase 13? If not, is there plans to implement it? It would be nice to cut by half the number of tracks in my template. So, I don't have a license for Vienna Pro or VE Pro, so but I know most people tend to use MIDI tracks. I don't think it's necessarily a limitation of Cubase because it's, it sends MIDI, out of virtual instrument tracks. I think, from what people have told me, and again, I've never worked with it personally. It's, I know people tend to think that it works, use MIDI tracks, with VE Pro, but I think it might be just kind of a design situation of VE Pro, but maybe someone else could chime in. Okay, Ted Springman asks, hi Greg, not sure what happened, but all my stereo universal audio plugins are grouped within Cubase effects categories, and all mono are only found in the UA folder. How do I get to display in UA folder? So it could be, I'm not sure if it changed perhaps when it went from VST2 to VST3, because the VST3 plugins can automatically adapt or can automatically change to, if you're on a mono track or a stereo track, it could change. So you don't necessarily need stereo and mono versions. So maybe it was a change on the design of Universal Audio with the VST3 version. So if you upgraded to VST3, you may want to check with that. So maybe the other ones are being shown in VST2 format, and some are being shown in VST3. All right, so Fabrizio asks, Greg, is there a way to associate track delay to expression map attributes, for example, automatically minus 80 milliseconds, specific articulation, etc., running Cubase 13 Mac M2? So, we could do it globally. So once we have kind of like a MIDI track, we could adjust globally here, but there isn't a mechanism currently to take each articulation and give each articulation different values for delays. So maybe we'll see that coming in the future. All right, great to see Soren from Sweden. Wonderful to see you on the Zoom social meetup. All right, so we see from Patrick question, is it possible to turn off latency compensation for certain tracks when recording? My sends have significant latency, but I don't care about them being slightly late. Can I still monitor in real time? So you can monitor in real time. So the latency compensation isn't something that's turned off. It would be just probably a pretty awful feature to have all your a button to turn off to make all your plugins out of time. But what a lot of people do is just come over here and they have the constrained delay compensation. So while recording, what you could do is choose to bypass plugins that have a lot of latency. So once you come to your constrained delay compensation, turning this on will basically turn off, or it will disable plugins that have higher latency so that you could do your tracking. But there's no function, and it would probably be not such a great function to have your tracks kind of play out of time by turning off latency compensation. So, but you could disable those tracks temporarily and do your recording that way. All right, so we see Patrick Emmanuel A says, "Hi Greg, while setting up expression map is very hard in Cubase, I had some DAWs doing it very easy and intuitive way, but still no improvement in expression map. Is there any chance in Cubase 13?" So I'm not sure if we'll see. You may see. I'm not sure if we'll see like major expression map improvements within the Cubase 13 lifestyle, but I know that some instruments, I believe East West does this, and other instruments. But let's say if I go to add again an instrument track here, let's just do a HALion Sonic, and I think that this is probably a better approach if the different companies would do this. So let's say I just want to do an Iconica sketch. So let's say, okay, I want to come over here to Chelly. So, to simplify things, you can just simply come here and let's create an event, go into the editor, and we'll see the expression map, and just choose import key switches. This isn't a Steinberg only. We're not going to give it to anyone, but that will automatically create the expression maps for you. So that capability is there. So reach out to your plugin developers and see if they could support that. Some do, some don't. Okay, so Patrick asks, when using the range selection tool to edit automation, I notice a small fade gets added to the beginning and end of the selection, sometimes messing up transients of drum samples. Let's take a look. Okay, so let's say I just want to grab my range selection here. So I think a lot of times that might be just for the zero crossing. So let's say if we come, let's see if we have, if zero crossing makes a difference here with that. No, it doesn't seem. I think it's, let's see if auto fades turned on and off. I don't think that will make a difference, but we'll try it. Yeah, but it looks like it does that so that you don't have kind of a too abrupt of a transition, but you could always just simply, take this particular node, take these two nodes and move them if necessary. And I think sometimes it can't necessarily put, like if you do the automation this way, it can't necessarily have two nodes. So let's say if we come here, And part of it also is we can't have two nodes at the same time to go down, so it needs to have transition for the automation to actually go down. So you might just have to shift it a little bit earlier, but you know, the automation can't necessarily have two values at the same point in time. All right, so we have James Bestani checking in from the chilly Beverly Hills. Thanks for joining us. So we see Jay Faceless says, I would like to know how reliable Cubase 13 is to use live, and if I could play two instruments in one track on a split keyboard. So you could, you know, I think people are already, I've seen lots of people using it live already. And if you, you know, wanted to do like two instruments in one track, let's see if we still have the other project. Here, I'll just. So I'll just add two. We'll say two retro logs just to show this. All right, so retro log 1 will have okay, so let's say we have these two sounds. Okay. All right, so let's say we have that as our sounds. So, yeah, I mean, definitely no problems playing that. Now, if you really need it to, what you could do is, you know, group, you know, link these two channels together. But if you really need it on one track, all you have to do is just come here and say we want to move selected tracks to new folder. And then we say this is our synth bass sound. And you could have multiple instruments just stacked. So as soon as we come over here, you could just play your one particular instrument. So I could just close this folder and I could arm. So in essence, it's one folder, but you could have hundreds of different instruments stacked up just like that. So, and if you wanted to split each of these, we could go into the input transformer. So let's say, if we say, okay, I want on this track, we'll go to this track preset, and I want to, let's open a panel and say I want to filter out notes. So we'll choose filter. And we'll say subtype is going to be less or equal to, and I just hit the key. So now we could say, you know, this particular track doesn't come in before C3. So as I go down, it's filtered out. So you could create splits just like that, and those can all be contained within your one folder track. So you play low, it's only one voice. You play high, you could have those two voices layered together if you want. So just set it up as folder tracks and have your arm your folder track, and then you could have, you know, a tremendous amount of flexibility with doing layers, splits as well, and depending on your instrument as well. So, and if you're using HALion Sonic is really good for just this type of splits, because you can come over, and if we have different instruments loaded, You could go to the MIDI area here and say, okay, I want this to be transposed up. You could assign these both to the same channel. I only want, these notes to come in. On these keys, I want below a particular velocity only on those notes. So you could set up kind of all of your key switches here and label different and do this all within one particular instrument. So if you want to do it within HALion Sonic, it's really well suited for that. If you wanted to do it as multiple other instruments and then use folder tracks, that's a great use as well. All right, Robert Higgins asks, hello Greg, I just bought a 4 terabyte external hard drive. How can I transfer all my sample libraries to the new hard drive and erase the sample library from my C drive, Windows 11? All right, so there's a utility called the Steinberg Library Assistant. So with third parties, they probably have something similar, but for all your Steinberg content, you could come over, and if you want to do it all at once, you could just see this little move. Click here, you could select all the libraries that you want, whether it's going to be Groove Agent Kits, Cubase, Nuendo, the Grant, Pad Shop, Retrolog. So once you're here, now you can select all the libraries that you want, then click on Move. You'll be asked to define a new folder and define it on your new 4 terabyte external drive. And at that point, it'll move all the files and still kind of keep track of all the links to those particular files. So again, just go to the Steinberg Library Manager. You'll see like a little box just on the Move button here for select them all for the libraries. Then click on Move, and then you could just move it to your external drive. So pretty easy. And third-party plugins may have something very similar. All right, great to see Jeff Sabelski from Chico, California. Glad you could make it. Great, sorry, just had a... All right, so we see from Razel, it says, question, I have Cubase 13. When I select VST instrument in the right zone, there is meter, control room, and media, no VSTI to select rack or track instrument. Is something wrong with my Cubase or in preferences? Okay, so let's see. When I come over here to VST instruments, okay, so you see there's meter, control room, media, no instruments. All right, so if you don't see like the VSTI instruments and you see these other ones, try right-clicking, and then you may, in version 12 and earlier, you may see like just a little settings cogwheel, but try just to kind of right-click in that area, and then if you just see media, CR, meter, right-click there, and make sure that you have the VSTI turned on. So just in that general area, right-click, and then just make sure that the VSTI is checked. So give that a try, Razel, and great to see you on from Denmark. All right, we have Jose Vicente checking in from Valencia, Spain. I spent a couple weeks south of Valencia in Gandia when I was in high school. Fond memories. Thanks for joining the live stream. All right, so we see, is there a plugin inside Cubase itself which connects or can be used to control analog plugins, like which link DAW with analog plugins? So let me know what an analog plugin is, Patrick. We could control I don't think of any plugins as being analog. I could think of like external effects processors. If those respond to MIDI, you can make it like device maps to control them, or so if you wanted to make a device map to control parameters, if they actually respond to MIDI or sysx, you could do that. But let me know exactly what you mean by external plugins, just so I'm understanding correctly. But if it's like a guitar pedal or an effects unit, those can often, you can go into your device panel. So let's come over here. Let's say we get to our studio menu to more options. We get to your MIDI device manager. We could install a device. We'll define new. So let's say it's going to be a lexicon reverb or whatever. So, and we will choose kind of which channels. We'll hit OK. Then you could open your device, and we could add panels. So you could have these in the inspector. So if it transmits MIDI, you could come over and just say, okay, I wanted this fader. I want that fader type here. And I want this fader to send this particular MIDI message to control the reverb time. So you'll see a MIDI implementation chart. If your device responds to that, you'll have a MIDI implementation chart. And then you could come over and type in those particular MIDI information, whether it's controllers, CC data, or if it is utilizing sysx data, you could enter all that in here and have these particular MIDI maps control external gear that responds to MIDI. So, but if you could clarify what your analog plugin is, that would be helpful. Okay, so we have Patrick. Can I drag samples from Groove Agent into the arrangement view and back into Groove Agent to have the samples get referenced from the pool instead? All right, so let's take a look. So you just see saving the kit to the project folder doesn't work when opening a project on a different operating system. I assume Groove Agent is looking for C users project folder instead of the pool directly. So all right, so let's go ahead and give it a try. So I think we have this kind of set up in this project. So there isn't a way to drag from, from Groove Agent out of Groove Agent into other, so once you have the sample in, so let's say we have this and our current folder here is going to be our project window. So it's going to be, let's just look, it's going to be, I think, our Hangouts December 1st. Yeah, so we can see, okay. So what I want to do now is let's take our Groove Agent. So if you drag the files into the project window first, they'll automatically be received. So let's come and let's export it to our file here. So open up Groove Agent and let's say I just wanted to drag the samples. Okay, so we have our samples. So if we want to take our Groove Agent kit and export it, and I'm going to export the samples into the project folder. So we will come over here, let's choose Export Kit. All right, and we'll just call this December 1 project. All right, and I'm going to choose my folder. So I'll come over here. Let's go to documents, projects. All right, and we'll say Hangouts, December 1st, 2023. And now I'm going to come over here, we'll create a new folder, and we'll say make sure. All right, so I'm going to select my Groove Agent Samples folder, and then I'm going to click on right here, Export Samples, and we'll say OK. All right, now once we've done that, let's come over, and I think we should see December 1st. All right, might just have to be in our folder. So let's say if I come here to Media, let's go to User Presets. All right, and we'll just come to VST Instruments. And we just have to rescan that. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look just in our folder. And so that location where we saved it to could go anywhere. So let's go to not our web browser, into our Finder or Explorer. All right, let me just make sure I did the export right here. Make sure I just and here we could also give it kind of different tags if you want. All right, so you can see now that the samples are inside of the folder. So once we do the samples, the VST preset is here, and all of your wave files are there. So let's say, okay, we come back to, so December 1st. So once we back up our project folder, so we could just come right over here, and here's the preset that I just made, and my VST preset would be here. So that's all that you would have to do, and that would archive, and then you could just load that preset on any other computer. It's going to reference this particular file path right there. So you don't have to necessarily drag it out of Groove Agent. You could just export the kit within the project folder itself. So give that a try. Okay. All right. Wonderful to see Gerald Ely from Martinez, California. All right, so we see Patrick says the tail function inside the direct offline processing window doesn't seem to work for me. Most of the time it's grayed out. All right, so let's take a look. All right, so say we have this file here. We'll just play. All right, so let's select this. Let's go to our direct offline processing. All right, so let's say we want to do a plugin. Let's say we'll add our delay. Okay, so I'm just going to extend. So now when we, so you know, you might have to just click there. So let's say we listen to it now. So you could just extend it to make sure that you actually, you know, you could switch between the two modes, but make sure that you have, that you click there to turn it on. So you can see where we were. So let's say we just want to activate the tail. So make sure that you actually activate the tail, or it may appear to be grayed out because you may not want to do both at the same time. All right, great to see Val from Vienna, sending best greets to everyone around the world. All right, so Val's question is, how can I activate retrospective recording on an armed audio track? Disappeared somehow. So it's, you know, generally audio tracks aren't going to be, it's kind of a slightly different process for the retrospective record. So we go to your preferences, and then you'll see under, I think it's under recording audio, that you have kind of a, it's not necessarily retrospective record where it's going to be, we hit the keyboard shortcut. So let's say we're going to do, we can set this for, I think, up to 1 minute, 60 seconds. So if we go to, you know, let's say I hit record now, right at measure 32, and we stop. If I missed something, what you can do now is just roll back 1 second. So this isn't instantiated from retrospective record. We can think of retrospective record more for MIDI data, but you can have kind of a similar thing, like, you know, so it's going to be, you know, because obviously the MIDI data is much less than storing all of the audio data. But if you kind of missed something, you could just, you know, as soon as you hit record, just kind of roll back, and then you could have your kind of, you know, your pre-record. So if someone just sang a pickup note unexpectedly, at that point you go, oh, that pickup note was really cool. Let me just capture it and roll the recording back, even though it was after, even though recording started after that point. So it's going to be handled slightly different. Okay, so Andreas Schmidt asks, is there a way to prevent a new track from getting added to every mixer configuration? So I think that is how it works. So if you're not familiar with it, let's just open up a new project here. We'll show this. And there's kind of some logic to it on both ends where, you know, you don't want it, if you add a track, you may want it available to have within mixer configurations without having to manually add it, because people could complain that, you know, of course they recorded in the same folder, so they want it to appear. So if you're not so familiar with it, let's say we go to our mixer and we only have, let's say, tracks 1 through 10. And we've saved this as a configuration. So say we'll call it drums. So we're looking at this, that now if I added a new track, and we go to our mixer configuration, that the new track is automatically added. So that's how it kind of works. I know people, it can be irritating, but I don't know of a way to automatically turn that off. But some people would complain that, that when they add tracks, they may not want to go through and add it to every mixer configuration, that you could just disable it. But currently that is the behavior, and I know that could be frustrating. All right, so we have Larry B checking in from snowy Brampton, Ontario. All right, and we see a comment from John Barry, says I got it, but it's just not the shift key for me. It's the key next to it, the / key. Thanks, now I can disable multiple effects at once. He's on Windows 11. All right, so I got a question. Greg, what's your 5 favorite things in the new Cubase 13? I like the ability of taking, directly from, kind of a dumb thing, but being able to, like, while we are here, just to say, I want to add an audio track, and I want to set its instrument as an input. I really do like the mixer console, that I think that all the parameters, and I, see lots of discussions, saying that people don't like this. When I go back, I'm like, I like being able, and I don't have the best vision personally, but I like having all these parameters much more clear to see. The inspector, I like the range editing tool in the MIDI editor. Has helped. I kind of lobbied for that for a long time. So if you wanted to just come over and do range edits on particular notes, now we could come over and just say I want to take these and delete that, or I wanted to, take let's say a particular motif. Let's say if we had notes that were a measure long, let's say a phrase that was a measure long here, but didn't start at the beginning or the end, to be able to kind of take that range and be able to duplicate, and without having to go into the project editor, having the multi-part MIDI at, the key editor, where we could see and open up different parts. And probably my 5th thing, and this isn't like a real sexy thing, but I spend a lot of time personally, you see me on live streams making macros, the ability to, a really simple thing, is to be able to access your macros and run the macros from here. So as you're building a complex macro, that you don't have to close this window, go to your edit. And that's probably more of a personal thing, because I spend a lot of time making macros for people. So I really love the ability to make, to actually execute the macro from here, instead of having to search through, waves of macros here as you build them up. So a couple of things, but and having Iconica Sketch, having an orchestral library, if you guys haven't checked that out, it's a wonderful instrument as well. All right. All right, so we see from Rob German, greetings from Arizona. Greg, is there a feature to assign macros to shortcut buttons on the screen? So yeah, that's another thing that you can do in the new key commands. So if you have macros, you can just come over here and just say, okay, click here, and then you could assign the keyboard shortcut directly in the macro field instead of having to come up to the top, go to your macros, and find your macro and then assign a key command. So once you build a macro, you could assign a key command, and that's new in 13. Previous versions, you had to go to the key commands here and search through macros and add it, but now we could just add the key command for the macro right there. All right, wonderful. See Taylor from Music for World Peace Records from Pine Grove, Pennsylvania. All right, so Taylor asks, when flattening the arranger track, is it possible to have the results at a specific bar number? I think it's going to mimic the position of the start position, but let me just take a look just to make sure. So I think the design intention is to play back at the same bar position. So say we have our arranger track, and yeah, so it's gonna place it at the original time position of the events. But once it's done, you could move it to a particular bar pretty easily. So, but it's in design so that it would play back exactly. So it could play back exactly as it was. All right, so Sven Isaacson just says, Cubase comes with great demo projects. They show what Cubase is capable of and are great teaching tools. The issue is that they are in stereo. It'd be great if Steinberg could include an Atmos project. So I think that there might be one Atmos project. If you look on Nuendo, it might be in the Nuendo 12 projects. But I think that there was a Nuendo project that was floating around that people could download. Yeah, or as Jazz Dude says, you could take a take one of the existing demo projects and do an Atmos mix. All right, so we see Taylor from Music for World Peace Records. Can Beat Designer be automated? So yeah, it's good. Take a look. All right, I'm just gonna revert this as I've destroyed this project a lot today. All right, so what you could do to kind of automate beat, the beat designer is actually just kind of trigger it from MIDI. So let's come over and say we have our beat designer here. So let's get to okay. So let's say as we play. All right, so let me just make sure I have. All right, I'll just start a brand new. Oh, let me turn it on. That would help. All right. So if we wanted to trigger like different patterns, so we could come over here and I'm just going to assign a MIDI track. All right, and what we want to do is to set this up when we go to plugins. All right. I think we could just set it. All right, let me just add a MIDI. Then I think that we could set this to set this to MIDI out, and then we could trigger the different I'll just try it on a simpler project real quick. Hang on. Make sure it's not just getting obscured. Okay, so now right, so we'll add our beat designer. All right, so let me just add MIDI track and see if we. So I thought we could just trigger it from MIDI, but let's go ahead and. See if I do any setup. All right, so let's come over and let's see if we just put this into record. I guess we could do that. Let me just see if there's. All right, so let's say I'm going to set the input of this track from the Groove Agent output. So now let's say I'll just put this into record. And I'm going to take it out of cycle. Sorry about that. So let's say I set to jump now. So you could just kind of record the output of it, but I think that there is a way, and I could be just having a brain cramp on it, that we could just have this particular MIDI plugin respond to your MIDI controller, and that way you could actually just kind of play the particular parts and switch the patterns from your MIDI controller. But yeah, looks like I'm having just a brain cramp on it. But I thought that it might show up just on the MIDI track. If we go to the output routing, so but I think that you could just trigger it from MIDI and be able to like sequence the program changes that way. Sorry about that. All right, so question, feature request, add all moves to direct offline processing to undo history. So, I think, the offline processes have their own kind of undo history. So let's say if we, have a particular file. So let's say we have this file here, because we could think of the, within the particular, we have a linear undo history that can, be accessed, but not necessarily after saving the project. But let's say if I'm here and I've done an offline process, so we'll go ahead and open up our direct offline process. Let's say I want to do reverse. I want it to come over, do a fade out. I want to adjust the gain. Okay, and now at this point I want to apply let's say quadrifuzz effect to it. Okay, so now let's say I save this project. So we'll say we'll call it DOP. So I'm going to close the project. And let's open the project. So generally now is when your undo history is eradicated from your project for edits. But now we'll activate this project. And even though I've saved it, I'll come over here. Let's get to my offline processing. And I'll say, let's remove just to fade out. And I'll delete just to fade out. And now there's, even after saving, when you select a clip, you have your undo history for the processing on that particular clip. If you wanted to change the processing order, you could do that as well. So at any time, even after saving, you have, a bit more flexibility with the offline processing. So while it's not saved in the undo history, it is, once you select a clip, it has the clip itself, and the audio event itself has its own undo history. Okay, so we see Lawrence Koch from Barn Door Recording asks, "Hi Greg, is there a way to move the grid so it lines up with the first beat of a track the player started on the second beat of the click track?" All right, so let's say we had like this sample and the file. So let's say we are in bars and beats here. So let's say they started on beat 2. All right, so let me just change this here real quick. Okay, so let's say they started at, let me just set my snap on here. We'll set this to beat. Okay, so let's see. So, I mean, you could select all the events and move it to the grid. You could also, let's say, let's add, let's say we go to our project setup, and let's say we give it a 1 bar offset. We could just go to your time warp tool and choose to warp grid and say measure 1 starts there. So you could just kind of move in if the events will take it out of musical mode. So you could then, with the warp grid, just simply come over here and move the bar line to to exactly where they start. So if they start on beat 2, you could just move bar 1 to the start of the position like that if you need it to. So let me know if that helps. And because I think we could set the time code at position. So, but not necessarily, but you could manually move bar 1 or just kind of take everything and slide it over. So let me know if that makes sense. All right, John Costigan says, please press the like button to help keep the live streams going along. All right, let me just, my chat field just jumped. All right. All right, so John Barry asks, hi Greg, I'm setting up my Talkback in control room and have assigned a remote control to Talkback, but it does not seem to be working. Also, I cannot find the talk level anywhere. All right, so I'm going to just set it up in, I have just a foot switch. Let me find it with my foot below my desk here. All right, so I have just a foot switch, and I want to turn on Talkback. So we could turn on our Talkback with my foot switch. All right, so let's set that up. I think we could do it in generic remote. We could do it in the MIDI remote as well if you want, but here we'll show both ways. So let's come here to studio setup. I'll go to generic remote. I'm going to click on until it's coming in from my panorama. My Nectar. All right, so I'm going to learn that message, and we want to go to, I think if we go, it might be command, because there's 2 different control room areas, and now we could say Talkback on off and hit apply. So now as soon as I turn it on, we could do it just like that. So that's how we could do it in a generic remote. Now let's say if I have it set up for MIDI remote. Let's see if I have my, just good. Okay, so now I want to make just an object. I'll just make it a button. All right, and so let's say now I've added this button and I want to go to the mapping assistant, let's say for this particular button. And we'll say, let's get to, let's see if it's in here, Talkback. Talkback on off. So we'll apply the mapping to the object that we created, and now as soon as I hit my switch, that will turn the Talkback on and off. All right, so we see, and also John asks, there's an input level for Talkback, but this I cannot find how to control this. So generally the Talkback level is going to be determined by the, by whatever input. Like, if you have a microphone going into your audio interface, that would be kind of the Talkback level. I know that you could have like the Talkback as an input, but generally it's going to be just the, I don't think that there's a separate level for the Talkback that's software based, if I remember. I think once you have it on, you kind of set it in the hardware. But you might have Talkback volume within maybe the VST Connect. So let me know if that works for you, John. All right, wonderful to see Daniela Tocan on. All right. All right, so we see Daniela says, I did install VST Connect Pro and since 11 hours since Cubase 12 Pro hangs at the start. It hangs at VST Mixer. Any idea? So try holding down like Command Option, like as soon as you start the program, try holding down Command Option Shift. And you could start the program by temporarily disabling the preferences and see if you're able to get into it that way. So, and it could be, and there's also a choice there to disable third-party plugins. All right, so you just see Daniela says to get money for the iPad app is a total shame. So I'm not sure if it's which iPad app that you're talking about, if it's the, if it's Cubase or if it is the Cubase IC Pro. But, you have to realize that software doesn't write itself. It takes people. Okay, so we see Lurking is Life asks, hey Greg, hope you're doing well. I just bought a MIDI keyboard with drum pads, but by default actions such as play, pause, record are mapped to them instead of drum stuff. How can I remap it? So it could be, so I'm not sure how you have your controller set up, but let's say a lot of times controllers will have you install, like it will work through like a Mackie control for transport control or a generic remote. You may get a little script that gets installed here, and it could be that these particular functions in the controller, you might have the wrong MIDI port set up. So you may have one port that's doing control and one that's transmitting MIDI. So at that point, it could be when you hit those pads, instead of playing MIDI notes, that it's in the control port, and that is controlling transport. So check the documentation of your controller and make sure that if you have these set up for remote control, that you have the correct port assigned. Okay, so we see a part of a structure ask, I have a Vienna Ensemble Pro MIDI instrument and I receive the audio input on the channel fader. The fader color is green. I'd like to access the green channel fader from a remote control. All right, so, you should be able to access any fader from a remote control. So I'm not sure if it's, let's see if you're doing MIDI tracks, and let's add an instrument track, and we'll just check the fader colors. So I'm not sure if it's coming in as, but any of the tracks you should be able to do remote control. So say I have these tracks here, I'm going to go to my MIDI remote, I'll come to, let's say, the mixer options, and regardless of what type of controls I have, I can just come over here and just grabbing my faders, be able to adjust different track types, whether it's audio or MIDI, from my controller. So you can let us know which controller you have and how exactly the tracks are coming in, what types of tracks. All right, Music for World Peace Records asks, what is the preference setting to allow different sample rates used in a project without changing the pitch of the events? So you could have one common sample rate within a particular project, but there is a preference. If you go to preference editing to audio, you could have it automatically convert to the project settings. So if you're importing a file that is a different sample rate, it can automatically have the sample rate, convert it to the project sample rate if they're different. So once again, come over to preferences. So it's not going to play two different sample rates at once, but it could unify the sample rates, go to editing to audio, and you could just say convert to project settings. And that way, if your project's at 44.1, you take a 48K file in, it will automatically convert it for you, or vice versa. All right, so we see Danielle Tocan after a comment from Jazz Dude on video on VST Connect. Says first, anyone like not to register with Steinberg, why should someone do? So, the person that's on a VST Connect performer doesn't have to register. You could just simply use a code. They don't have to have a My Steinberg account, and you could pass along the code to them, and then they can make a direct connection a peer-to-peer connection with you. All right, we have a question from Patrick. Any chances of Cubase receiving native MS processing support in the future, sort of like how we could do plugins into mid-side processing inside WaveLab? So I know that there is it's always possible in the future. I'll pass it along as a request again. But I think that there's a little like Waves, a free Waves utility that you could put on that will allow you to do that as well, which will kind of host plugins, and then you can say run it on mid, side, or left or right. So I think there's a free utility to do that, but it'd be I can understand the desire to want to do it. All right, so we see Danielle Tocan says, why someone should use a Steinberg server for a P2P connection, a connection with ID. I did ask a woman with fantastic voice using Cubase 12 Pro like me. She did not trust the Steinberg server. So again, you don't have to do anything with a Steinberg server. So you can log in, and it's really, you can use your My Steinberg to find people. But if you want to be able to, let's say you don't have the ability to phone someone, you could just search them and launch the connection directly that way using kind of their My Steinberg credentials. But you could also just use, once we go into, I may not be able to show it if I don't have it on, but let's get to your VST Connect. We'll create a VST Connect. SE. But once you come here, once you're connected, you could just pass on your key to them, and you don't have to go on to the Steinberg server, and that just makes the connection directly there for you. So once again, just go to your VST Connect SE, and then once you kind of click here, you could see your name or your My Steinberg credentials. If you don't want to use that, just click right there, and then you can pass on this login ID to that person. All right, so we see JVI just says greetings from the Netherlands. Thanks for joining. All right, he's wishing everyone well. All right, see some moderation going on for Meatbot. All right, great to see Uno Memento on. He wants people to whack the like button. All right, so we see from Taylor, says regarding undo and offline processing, what if I make multiple moves on with a single process or plugin? How can I undo some of those moves? Okay, so let's come over. So let's say we want to do, if we're doing our offline processing, we can come over here. So let's say if we do like multiple plugins, like the same plugin settings. So let's say, okay, we'll open up our Pultec EQ, we make an adjustment. Then if I go to the same plugins, I can make different adjustments here. So even though it's the same process, these can each be undone independently of each other. So if you do multiple processes with the same plugin, it's no problem. So, and we'll just, let's say I'll add another plugin, just show this, and let's add. So different settings. So if I want to just remove, so you can see that as I switch between 3 of the same plugins, I could just remove that one, and the other 2 will be all preserved independently. All right, Baserocious. I always love that name. When editing MIDI drums with the drum map, is there a way to highlight all notes of a particular sound by clicking the sound name instead of dragging or highlight? All right, we'll show you a little trick. So let's say we want to come over here. Let's say I have, I want to select all of my drums here. One of the things you could do is just shift and double click on the first event, and that will select all of the events after. So select the first event, hold down the shift key, double click, and then that way you don't have to drag lasso select. So just, if you want to select from this point after, so shift, double click, and then all the drum sounds on that particular name. So let's say if I add other sounds, I'll come here, it'll only select those on that particular note or lane. So let me know if that makes sense for you. All right, so we have C6PO just saying, hi guys, thanks for joining us. Great to see Cubase X on. All right, so Pastoral Apologetic says, I'm having trouble adjusting the first EQ in a new vocal chain. It's like every parameter is grayed out. Okay, so let's take a look at it. Okay, so the first thing you want to do is just make sure there's a little, there's a little on-off button for each process. So make sure that it's turned on instead of having 16 processes that are enabled. So if you come here, doesn't look like it's doing anything, click just to the left of the name, and then you could make adjustments like this. And as you want to, just come over and set your gate, do pitch correction. So all these different things, but make sure that it's just kind of turned on just to the left, because each of these modules, I think there's like 16, can be turned on independently. So try that. All right, wonderful to see Mark Raven, and Stella, his dog, says woof. So wonderful to see Stella on the Zoom social meetup, and Stella looked exactly as if I imagined her, so it was great. And glad that you and Stella are joining us from Montana today. Everyone say woof to Stella. Okay, so we see from John Barry just it says I have the on-off. I'm having trouble with Talkback level. There's a setting for Talkback level in the mapping assistant under control room. There's an input level. All right, so let's take a look. All right, so let's get to my mapping assistant here. Okay, so I see kind of the all right, let me just all right, so let's get to the inserts and so I see the talkback level here. I don't see it reflected as so this is controlling oh, sorry, maybe it's up here, sorry. So maybe like if you wanted to, all right, so say we go to our main, all right, so you can see our channel settings here. All right, and now we go to inserts, I guess. I guess there's the talkback input gain, but let me just see if doesn't seem like that is so let me just go to Q mixes. So maybe it's not the input gain, but all right, so let's come over here. All right, so we have the input gain here that doesn't seem to be controlled from the knob. Let me see if I set it up for generic remote. If we get that going. Let me just see if it's going to be when we have a Q mix. So I think it's when we have a Q mix. Let's see if this is the talkback level. So you could send different levels. Doesn't seem like it's. Let me try this one more time. So now we have this talkback level that we could control. So now if we do this in the Q mix, we can control that. And let's see if we go to level on this knob. Let me apply the mapping. Go to the inserts. would think that that would control. That's the input gain. But, and I may have to try this when, I may have to try this when I have kind of a microphone to test. But it looks like, so like I don't seem to be able to control the input gain remotely, but maybe the level. But I don't really have a way of testing it during the live stream. But if you want to email me, John, I could play around with it after the live stream when I have I could test it on my studio computer where I have like headphones set up. Sorry about that. But it looks like you can control the levels for the cue, but it doesn't seem like that this is responding to the talkback level. So sorry about that. I'll do some more research on it. All right, so we have Mihai just checking in. All right, so and he just asked, Greg told me the last Zoom where I could mail him about some clocking problems. I really forgot it. So you could just send it to clubcubase@steinberg.de. So once again, clubcubase@steinberg.de. Okay, so a question from Harry Olive. Hi, Greg. WaveLab montage. I have a selection with a sampler I want to fade in and out a VST3 effect. How can I achieve this? And is also possible to do in the Cubase 13 sample editor. Okay, so let's see if, all right, so if we have an effect, so let's say I want to take, okay, so let's say we'll take this little string sample. All right, so let's say if I want to put a reverb on it, so we'll just listen to it here. Okay, so I'm going to, we could just come over here, let's do just an insert of it. So we'll say, okay, I want to have do revelation. We'll just make it we'll make it a large hall. Okay, so let's say I just want to take, I'll just come over here. I'm just going to take this parameter. We could just say show the mix automation level. So at this point, if we want to just take that reverb and have it fade out. Oh, sorry, just wrong parameter. So let me just come here. And what that will do is we can just take that reverb down. So I'll just kill it early so you could hear it. All right, so if I wanted to render that in Cubase, we could just come and say, now if I could do just a render in place, we'll go to our render settings, we'll apply channel settings. And if I don't have it record enabled, so now we'll have the reverb rendered into the file, kind of starting off and then disappearing. So that's how you can do it in Cubase. Let's open up WaveLab so we can do some basic automation in WaveLab for your effects. All right, let me just... Okay, so let's say we have files here that we go to our, we just go into a montage. So we'll say new audio montage. Okay, so now that we're here, we can go to, so let's go to our track inspector, or the clip inspector here. And then I think we go just, there's a way we could do the but there's a way to just kind of draw in like your clips. Let me just, But there is a way just to kind of show the where you could do the clip automation envelope. So let's just come here. Okay, so let's say we want to do our wet dry balance. Okay, so now we could activate that particular envelope point. And this will be our wet dry ratio between. So once you go into the clip, you could then see your automation envelope. You could click on the plus sign, and you could pick any of your plugins, and then you'll see like this gain here will now be the gain of, you could change the amount of different parameters that you choose. So that's how you can do it in WaveLab. Sorry, it took me a little while to remember how to do that. Okay. Okay, reading through comments here. All right, we see Bruce Bruton's going out and get bird food. Die Audio asks, any new features for the Project Logical Editor for Cubase 13? Let me take a look, see if there's anything. I don't think there's anything major. There might have been some minor tweaks. Let's see if anything kind of pops out. I think, there's a big overhaul in version 12 with the pre and post. But I don't think that there was anything major new things added in 13, since it got kind of a big overhaul in version 12. Okay, so Taylor from Music for World Peace Records asks, when adding two or more of the same plugins to direct offline processing, will the settings of both be summed, or will only the last entry apply? So you could think of it as you do the processing, it's going to process each stage kind of in series, kind of sequentially down. So, all right, so we see from Bass Erocious just says, thank you much, even better than I thought. So that's good. All right, everyone's giving Stella a big woof. All right. All right, so Jav Akana asks, hi Greg, how can I route my external synths MIDI, a Nord Lead 4, Cubase 12 Pro? So, probably your Nord Lead 4 has USB, so you could just do MIDI to and from the computer that way. But again, since you're using the Nord, and that will allow you to use it as a controller, it could send MIDI back. If you don't have a mixer, because MIDI is not going to deal with the audio, so your Nord is going to generate the tones from the incoming MIDI information. Then it generates the sounds. Now, often people, if you have a lot of different keyboards, will take those into a mixer and combine that. If you just want to use one keyboard, you could also set it up as an external instrument. So what we need to do is to take the audio outputs of your Nord lead into inputs of your audio interface. So once you do that, we can now go to your studio menu to audio connections. We'll go to external instruments. And what you can do is just come over and say, I have a Nord lead 4. And we're going to tell it which inputs that it is connected to. All right, so you want to have different inputs than what you have for, so ideally you'd want to have like, dedicated inputs for your keyboard. So now to access it, so just if we go to add a MIDI track, we could say, okay, this MIDI track is going out to my Nord lead via USB or via my MIDI interface into a 5-pin DIN cable. Now the Nord lead is going to generate its sound outside of Cubase, but if I wanted to access the plugins and the audio features of Cubase for my Nord, then I would have to go to my audio connections and connect it to 2 inputs on my audio interface, and then when I want to launch it, I could go to add an instrument track. And at this point, you'd see it under external plugins, and you could just have your external instrument like that. And that way, the audio is going to be brought into the Cubase realm because the audio is being generated completely outside of Cubase because it's being generated in your Nord keyboard. So to bring it back in, you need to connect the audio, back into the system. All right, and we see just kind of a follow-up from Jav. It says, I get confused with ports and Nord lead MIDI out at the inputs and Nord lead MIDI in at the output. So when you're doing like an external device, once you have your MIDI track, so what you want to, you want to take the output is going to go, so you'd say the output from Cubase is going to the MIDI in of the Nord. The output of the Nord is what is coming to the MIDI input port. So it's just out to in to out. And if you're doing it, over USB, like you can't choose an output for the output port. You can't choose the wrong port here. So. All right, we see Fabrizio has to take off, so thanks for joining us. All right, so we see Mickey's Productions just says, hey Greg, do you know an easy way to time stretch a whole song in Cubase? So if you want to take like an audio, let's say if you have, like an entire song, let's say if it's a 2-track file, we could come over here and go to Sizing Applies Time Stretch and drag out the file just like that. You could also choose to, for an individual file, we could choose to go to your audio to processes, and you'll see time stretch here. So you can say, okay, I want to take this and make it, it's, let's say it's 9 seconds. I wanted to make it last, whatever, so we could change the length in samples, seconds, or beats per minute. And you could calculate that. So we can see that is changed. Or if it's an entire like multi-track project where we don't want to necessarily have it time stretch, but to play at a slower or at a different tempo. If we have all of the tracks, when you record into Cubase, they'll be tempo stamped based on a tempo that you recorded. So if you record roughly with a click track, at this point we could select all of your audio events, put them all into musical mode. So I'll come over here. So now all these tracks are in musical mode and they're at a tempo of 100 beats a minute. Now, since all these events are at 100 beats a minute, I can now, and we've selected all of the events, all of our audio, we don't have to do it with MIDI, and we placed it into musical mode here, or in the pool. You could hit Control or Command plus the letter P, and you can see musical mode here in the pool. That now, once I've done that, I could just type in kind of whatever tempo I want. So instead of like time stretching, if you want it to be slower, I could just type in 80 beats a minute. Now the project is playing back slower. So it's kind of doing real-time time stretching. So if I want it to be 140, be really fast, or 96. Whatever tempo you just kind of type in, it will just play back at that particular tempo. So that's how a lot of people choose to work, because they could dynamically kind of just change the tempo on the fly. So let me know if that makes sense for you. From Mickey's Productions. Wonderful to see Sable Winters on. Sorry we missed you on the Zoom meetup on Tuesday, but we hope you're well. All right, so John asked, hey Greg, thanks for all you do. I just want to convey 2 feature requests I hope you could pass on. Multiple CC combined editing and copying of multiple automation lanes to a new track. So you can copy kind of the automation lanes to new tracks if those particular events are open. So let's say if I'll come here, and let's say I want to, I'll just add a blank audio track. But let's say on this track I have volume and mute. All right, so let's go ahead and select all of these automation points. So I'm going to copy. And now I'll come over here to volume and mute. So let's say, and I will paste. So you could just do that, and then what you need to do is just to activate read. So you could do it kind of like that, but you need to have the same parameters available. And let's say if you want to do like multiple CCs, we could come over here. Let's take a look at an instrument track. All right, so I'll just add some CC lanes. Let's say mod and volume. Okay, so let's say if we want so if I wanted to take both of those, let's see, I mean, we can, so they're edited separately, but let's see, we could also, if you want to, now with the range tool, like if you wanted to copy these, we could come over here, let's select, so now those automation points, so yeah, so this is still going to be independent on the CCs, but if you want to just select your points here to duplicate or copy, you could do that on multiple tracks with the range tool. So if you want to just hold down your Alt or Option key, you could just move those selected ranges as well. So I'll come here, let's just keep hitting the wrong modifier key. So, but yep, so it's just the Alt key, and then you could just make copies like that. So you could do some stuff. I agree it could be little more straightforward where it could automatically populate those fields, but you can't copy multiple automation points, but I'll pass it along as well. Uno Memento asks, I should update my computer a bit, or really I should build a whole new one. What about Windows 11? Is it in such a condition that is worth installing when considering the functionality of Cubase? So I don't think there's any, you may have more processes that are actively open in Windows 11, but I think there's no real major consequences between getting a new machine with Windows 10 or Windows 11. You may have to kind of turn off some processes if you really wanted to optimize it, but if you're getting a new machine, you may have so much overhead that you may not have to spend a lot of time optimizing. Justin Williams asks, hey there, do you know when the trial will be available? So it's generally, we're just about 4 weeks in. It's usually about 6 weeks after the initial release is when the trial version comes out. So, all right, we see Sable Winters is like number 83. All right, wonderful CJ from Secret Studios on. Okay, so we see Jay who had a question. It says it was a USB connection that didn't let me choose the in-out option and hadn't toggled the listen button. So when I played MIDI for editing, I didn't get any sound, but I do now. Thanks. That's great. All right. All right, so we just see 803 MGTV just ask, what if you want to time stretch audio by hand? So, if you have audio files that you want to, so say we have this file here. All right, and I'll just make this larger so we can see it a little easier. All right, so let's say we have this file. So if we want to, again, just switch to sizing applies time stretch here, you can do that by hand manually. If you want to do like audio warping, so some people this is kind of a form of time stretching where we could now, as we zoom in, if we say, okay, I want this part to stretch to here, this was a little late or early on the beat, you could enable free warping with the warping tool. And then you could just say, okay, I want that to snap directly to the grid here. So you could do time stretching manually that way, or use this for doing quantizing of audio. So let me know if that makes sense for what you're anticipating quantizing by hand. So if you have, drum tracks, we can come over here. And I'll just quickly generate some hit points here. So at this point, we could just say, okay, I want to move this. This is early, late. So if that's what you want to do by time stretching, you could use kind of the warp tool to do those types of edits. So let me know if that makes sense for you. Okay, so Bill B says, hey Greg, I have a recommendation for the piano roll. The developers should add a preference in Cubase that allows us to left click when add MIDI notes and right click to delete notes like FL. So, I mean, I think for Cubase users, people, in Cubase world, it's probably set up where right click is always the mouse button, and that could be 30 years of muscle memory. but I will show you just a trick that a lot of people maybe don't realize. So your tools are always kind of accessible wherever you are by right-clicking, and that's kind of a Cubase paradigm before Microsoft and Apple did it. But if you want to just hold down your Alt or Option key, you could draw notes in, or just double-click on notes to erase them. So if I wanted to access other tools, I could do that, but I could just draw notes in, double-click to erase. I don't have to right-click to erase, just double-click, and that way you could select a note and double-click to erase. If you hold down your Alt or Option key with the selection tool, you could draw notes in, or you could select particular notes, or if you want to double-click on particular notes, you could do that as well. So I think that makes a lot of sense, because I think people in Cubase workflows have always, when in doubt, right mouse click to have the context sensitive tools. So if you don't like it, just double click on the note. Choose one more mouse click, but I think most people, that's a pretty sensible workflow. Okay, so we see from 803 MGTV, and I just see, and it's about the time stretching, it says like by grabbing the tail end of a sound or loop. So again, all you have to do is, we'll just drag a loop in. So as soon as you do this, again, you have 3 different sizing modes. You could hit the 1 key on your computer keyboard and switch between them. So now if I just want that to fit into that amount of space, it's time compressed or stretched. So you could just do it just like that. So again, you could just cycle between different selection modes by hitting the 1 key on your computer keyboard. All right, so we have Jay from Secret Studios. His question is, let me just... hi Greg, I just had a chance to connect 2 systems on the LAN versus VST Connect 5 Pro. However, I'm stuck. How might I pull up VSTs from my host on my guest system for use of VST instruments? Let me see if I have I may not have the VST Connect Pro. I just have the SE version installed here, but when you go to open up so in the Pro version, once you go, I don't have it configured now, but you're not necessarily, so you could, it's not going to work with every instrument. But once you go into kind of the setup, and I could have it configured for Tuesday's live stream if you want to email me, but there you could choose the instrument. And I think that there's particular instruments that, work better for performance and latency. But I know you could, play HALion Sonic and I think Retrolog and maybe some of the other instruments, but in the setup on the Pro version, I don't have the Pro installed on my new computer. I'll get that installed as well. But there you could select instruments, but it's not actually playing instruments from the other computer. So. All right, wonderful to see Graham Witcher from Royal Wooten Bassett. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're well. All right, so we have from Pylon Records, says, Greg, will you get better time stretching quality if you recorded the audio into Cubase first as opposed to dragging the audio file? Thank you. So, ideally, you're always going to get some artifacts. The time stretching algorithms are always getting better. The one thing that can really help if you do a lot of excessive time stretching is working with higher sample rates. So, a lot of people that do sound design will specifically record at 192K, not because they need the fidelity, but when they do kind of extreme time stretching, that it gives them a lot more data to work with, and they'll have much better results as a result of working with high sample rates. So, if you want better time stretching, algorithms, and this is kind of probably more tuned to sound design workflows, then you could, consider recording at higher sample rates. All right, so we have a question. All right, just reading through a comment from the Heartbreak Time Machine. In the key editor, is there a keyboard shortcut that will evenly size the keyboard / other data lanes, i.e. velocity? I have to drag them manually to resize. So there isn't necessarily, because what when they did research on it, they found that people sometimes will have different heights specifically for, so I don't think that there is a way to, keep these automatically, to have them all be the same size. That most people want to have different sizes. So let's say if we go here, I'll just open this up, and that what we see a lot of times is people, want different sizes because they may want to see velocity, but they don't need to see it maybe as high. If they're doing orchestral stuff where all the dynamics is going to be on like your modulation, that may be what you want to emphasize. So a lot of times what we see is, different types of tracks, people will have different heights. So I don't know of a way to make these all the same uniform height other than kind of manually adjusting. All right, and we see the Heartbreak Time Machine says he's smashed the like button. All right, so Jav asks, this is kind of a weird question. I'm looking to buy a DAW controller for Cubase. I'm trying to decide between the Icon QCon Pro and the Behringer X-Touch. Do you have any opinion on this? I haven't really had much personal experience with either of them, but I think kind of their guts, they both kind of will utilize the Mackie control protocol. If you have I think controllers, sometimes, like MIDI controllers, they could look really good, and then you go touch the, you just touch the device and you go, ick, or wow, this is really nice when I touch it. So I find that a lot of times I may have kind of like a quick personal reaction just when you actually, looking at something versus touching it can make a big difference. And if you're getting a control surface, I would always advise just, seeing how the faders feel to you, see how the transport, if you're going to be heavy-handed, if you're going to punch, put your fist for the transport, or you're going to be using your thumb and fingers. So, I think that functionality-wise, they'll both be pretty similar. A lot of those, I think both of those controllers utilize Mackie control. So, that will be probably pretty similar functionality. So I think between them, the difference will be the cost, the price, and just how it feels. And check to see, read online reviews, but really kind of check those things. And if you get a chance to actually try them, I think for a controller, it's, it's like a guitar. Every guitar could feel a little different, that you should just compare the two controllers if you have a chance to go into like a local shop. All right, Patrick asks, how can I match the project's BPM to a MIDI recording I just did without listening to the metronome? So you just do the tempo detection. So let me see if I still have this in my recent projects list. Now I'll just open it quickly. So we'll show you an example. All right, so let's listen to. So we turn on our click. There's no real correlation between it. So just go to my project menu and choose tempo detection. And now it's made the tempo map for us. So that's kind of really all you have to do is just kind of come up there and just so again, select the MIDI event, and this will place it into a meter of 1/4 because it may have pickup notes. And you can say this is where our downbeat is, so it'll add the signature track. You can say, okay, it's in 4/4 right there. So now as we listen to it, it will just and that will just do. So again, go select the event, go to your project menu, and come over and do tempo detection. So once you've done that, so. All right, so we see from 803 MGTV says, oh, okay, I knew I was missing something. Yes, I understand now. It was about time stretching. All right, sorry, my chat field just jumped. All right, we see Alexander Plasko has to go. As you can see everyone in the next stream. Thanks for joining us. All right, so Patrick says, is there a key command that allows me to reveal the last touched plugin parameter as an automation track? So it's, you can, as you touch the parameter, you can have that show up. So let's come over here. Let's just add, so I'll just add an insert. All right, so let's say if I add this, with VST3 plugins, you could just right click and say show, the chorus depth automation track. And now that will just automatically show up, and that's how you could do it. So it's not necessarily the last touched or last, event, but you could click on the event, right click, and show that automation parameter. So some plugins that don't comply with all the VST3 stuff will, some plugins may not do that, and it's out of our control. It's part of the VST3 specification. But, any of the plugins, you could just come over and say, I want it to have, you know, this parameter, you could just say, okay, I just want to, you know, those are all just kind of triggered from MIDI, but we can now just say, you know, this parameter I want, right click and show the automation lane. And so you can do it just like that. So if your plugins don't do that, contact your plugin developers. All right, read through comments. All right, so we see from Patrick, is it possible to copy all processing and automation to new track in WaveLab if the mix changes? Also, is it possible to move all the automation slightly over if a mix revision's length changes? All right, so let's take a look. All right, let me just... All right, let me just reread this. All right, so in WaveLab, you know, we could choose to have, so let's say if we go to our inspector, so let's say if we have our track settings here. Okay, so let's say on this track, we want it to have, let's say a master rig up. Okay, so we go, let's see if we can copy, and we come here, paste. So we open up master rig, and we can see the EQ that we made. So we copy the effects. So we copy the processing and automation that way. And also, is it possible to move all automation slightly over if a mix revision's length changes? Okay, so let's say if we're in WaveLab here, let's say if I select these 4 points, let's say, you know, maybe the start would be the same, so I'm going to say I want to select these automation points and just move them, so you can move them slightly over like that. So let me know if that makes sense for you, Patrick. All right. Okay, so we have a question from Patrick. How do I unlink a shared copy of a MIDI region? Okay. So let's say I'm here and I want to make a shared copy. So Now if I make changes in this particular event, we'll see that these will, if I delete these notes, we'll see that these are deleted here. So if I wanted to unlink these, we would go to Edit, and I think there's a Convert to Real Copy. Yeah, so go to Edit, to Functions, and Convert to Real Copy. And now if I make changes in this, it's going to be independent. So, but if I make changes here and here, these are still shared. I could just draw in. So once again, select the one you want to unlink, go to Edit, to Functions, and Convert to Real Copy. All right, so you just see from Lawrence says, thanks, Greg. That was the answer I was looking for. Here's another thing that just kind of popped in my head, Lawrence. So I'll share one other thing that could help. Just import an audio file. So let's say your whole project is starting on beat 2. Just kind of popped in my head when we were doing another thing. Okay, so let's say we are at measure 1 and their song is starting at beat 2. Okay, so if we go to Shift S, we could say, okay, we're going to add one measure of space. It says, do you want to keep events at their bar positions? We'll say yes. Or let's, all right. All right, so let me just do it one more time. Sorry about that. Okay, so we'll go to Shift S. We're going to set a 1 bar. All right, so we modified it. Do you want to keep the project content at its bar positions? Okay, so okay, let me just okay, so do our one measure offset. So all right, so we're at 1 bar. Let me just do this one more time. Sorry, just get this. Okay, so we're at beat 2. So one of the things we could do is let's try to set a 1 measure. And we could say, like, all right, I'm just gonna get this. All right, so 1 measure. I'm gonna choose no. Let me make sure it's okay. So right now we have a bar 0. So another thing you could do, Lawrence, in that case where they're starting on the wrong beat, is let's add a signature track. And let's make this a 1/4 bar. And then this a 4/4 bar. And then kind of the dead space is like a negative bar, and you could just now come right over here to and start, you have one measure of 1/4, and then start at measure 1 right on the downbeat of the recording. So go to the project setup, give it a one measure buffer, and then we're going to ask you if you want to move the contents, say no. And then that will give you a measure 0. Give measure 0 just a 1/4 meter, and then start in 4/4 meter right on the downbeat. And that way you can have a little bit of breathing room for pickup notes. Let me find my spot. Okay, Patrick asks, is it possible to only display the contents of a singular folder in the arrangement? It would be nice when editing large folders of audio. So let's say if we have, we just add and let's say I have 2 folders here. Okay, so now we have folders. Let's get to the visibility tab. And if I just click on the folder and hold down Shift, then we're only seeing folder 1. If I want to only see contents of folder 2, I could just hold down Shift, and that way we could, just by clicking on the folder itself, so we could say, okay, let's show all tracks. So I say, okay, these are my drums. And let's say these are vocals. So just in the visibility tab, if I only want to see drums, I could just only see drums. I only want to see vocals. Just Shift and click just on the visibility tab, and that will hide the other tracks. You could turn them on or off here, but if you wanted to only see the drum folder, Shift, click just to the left of the drum name. I only want to see the vocals, so that way you could just isolate and see particular folders very easily. You can save those as configurations if you need to, but just Shift and clicking, that will hide all the tracks that aren't in that folder. So that way it could be kind of an exclusive view of the folder. So let me know if that's helpful, Patrick. All right, so Rick Show asks, question, if I generate harmonies of a vocal using the audio menu function to create harmonies, can I also use some function to introduce small pitch and timing variations? All right, so let's take a look. Let's see if I have this one project. Okay, yep. All right, so let's go generate some harmonies here. So we have our chord track. We will now generate harmony voices. We'll do 2 harmony voices. All right, so now let's say we'll just jump here. We'll go to inspector and say, okay, let's get to our very audio tab. So, once we are here, you could just adjust if you wanted to, straighten curves for it. You could just do subtle little variations like that. There's also, if you wanted, there's no kind of, you could apply. So if I'm here, we could just go to your quantize menu. So let's say, okay, I want this to be 8th notes. And then we could just say, I'll make this larger so we could kind of see what's going on. And, at this point we could say, okay, I just want to quantize the audio. So I could change rhythmically the voice, but, just within the very audio editor, you could adjust kind of if you wanted to, change like the curve, if you wanted to correct pitches, if you wanted to move events, selected events, like just a little bit sharp or flat, you could do that as well. So if you want to do just like, a cent or two, so it's not so perfect, you could also rhythmically just kind of adjust, the start position of phrases, but also quantizing the events. And that way you get some kind of more human error introduced into the vocal harmonies. All right, so we see 803 MGTV. I'm really just getting back into Cubase. Is there a shortcut for creating effects and aux tracks to make subgroups? Yeah, so all you have to do, and there's a couple of different ways of approaching it. Probably the easiest one, let's say I want to send all these tracks to a group. So I'll just select all the tracks. You could right click and say add a group channel to the selected tracks, or I'll just activate the project. So we could say, let's right click, go to add track, and you can say, let's add an effects channel. So I want to add a delay to all this. And I want to take those particular selected tracks and let's send them to a group. And now we could just, all the tracks are now routed to the group that we created. And if we go to edit them in the mix console, we could see that the effect, the delay that we just added was automatically applied to all the tracks as well. So select the tracks, right click, add track, and group channel to selected tracks, or effects channels to selected tracks. So that'll be a pretty easy way to do it. And welcome back. We're glad to have you back in Cubase. All right, so we have a question. Greg, how do you do a sample hold where the end is sustained? All right, let's just jump back. All right, so let's say if we're doing it in the sampler track, so let's come over here, let's get to the sampler control. So there are like, loop points that you could add. So we could just come over here and say continuous loop. So as we start, we could just And you could set kind of different loop start and end points. So if you're better at loop editing than I am, you could just kind of come over here, set your loop points, and just kind of hold the sample for forever if you wanted to. So let me know if that makes sense for you, Messabog 2. All right, Patrick asks, is it possible to apply a fade to an audio clip using the selection tool? So yeah, so let's say I just wanted to come here. I have this, I could just, if I grab the upper right hand corner, this will allow us to do fade outs, and we could do fade ins just by grabbing the upper left hand corner. So we don't necessarily see those until we're hovering over. And then if you wanted to do clip gain, you can make your adjustment there. But yeah, just grab the upper left and right corner handles on the audio event, and you could just do your fades. And if you wanted to edit the fades, you could just double click. You have different fade presets. You can make your own default fade. And if you have two events and you just hit the X key, they could do cross fades between them. All right, Patrick asks, is it possible to convert projects to different sample rates without changing the audio file's pitch or timing? Sure. So let's go ahead and load up just a quick project. So just to get kind of our sense of key here, so our tonality. So our project is currently at 44K, 44.1K. So let's say all right, so if I want to change the sample rate, I would go to my project setup. You could hit Shift plus the letter S, or go to Project Setup. You see the project sample rate is currently set to 44.1. I'll choose 48K. I'll hit OK. It says, do you want to convert audio files to the new rate? We'll say yes. Do you want to keep the source files in the pool directory? Why not? Okay. And if you have events or in musical mode, it may ask you if you want to convert them to real files. You say yes. Now here you'll say, do you want to keep the audio events at their sample positions? Here we're going to choose no. And now we look at the files. All the files are at 48K. We'll listen to same pitch. So again, go to your project menu, to project setup, change the sample rate. And the very last question about, do you want to keep it, so you say kind of yes to everything, except the last question about keeping them at their sample position, choose no. And then it will just, so if you have a project that you need to convert to, to 48K for doing an Atmos mix, or, you don't have to worry about doing the MIDI, the timing will all be preserved. It'll just change the sample rate and maintain the same pitch. All right, so we see from Harry Olive, having a selection within the sample editor, sample in the sample editor is a way to fade in and out of VST effect as well and render instantly into the sample. Thanks for the previous answer. So I think that we could apply it, but not necessarily fade it. So when we go to here, yeah, so the reason why I did kind of the automation is, we could take, our sample editor here and we could choose to do processes. So if we say, okay, I want to add a plugin at this point, we can say, okay, I want to add a delay to it, but we can't necessarily, have the effect. The effect's going to be applied to the selection. It doesn't necessarily allow us to kind of alter it. So we can't necessarily automate this. It's just kind of like a process for the entire selection. So if I wanted to just do a selection here and say, okay, I want to run it through the black valve, we could just compress just the selection if we wanted to. But there isn't a way to automate it, so that's why I would, at that point, would choose just to, have the automation if you need it varied. So, because sample editor is not going to automate in that manner. So we see 803 MGTV. Also, his question is also, will they be bringing back the old instruments that was in 10 and 11? I got 12. I saw they were missing, and they are still missing in 13. So some of the, like some of the instruments like Spectre and Mystic, and, they weren't, they were done in conjunction with third-party companies. Some of the companies don't exist anymore. And some of them aren't going to be updated for more contemporary operating systems and processors. So that's why they were discontinued. If you're on a Windows platform, if you Google, you might be able to find a method to get those, copy a file from this location to this location, and you may get your you may get those particular plugins back. So you could try that, but it's not officially supported. Okay, reading through comments, see some discussion on Atmos monitoring. All right, so we see for Patrick, hi Greg, I hope you weren't irritated by my rather long email. Thanks for responding anyway. Is it okay if I shoot another quick email about the exact problem I have with file management in Groove Agent 5? Yeah, so I wasn't irritated at all. So I thank you for taking the time to do that. And, I passed on, the feedback and what you're wanting to do. So I pass that along. So, please send in our email. And thanks for taking the time to communicate that, to communicate, what you want to us. Mark Rabin just very kind to say, just wanted to thank myself, Jazz, and the Cubase family. Stream has helped me tremendously, and I wanted to sincerely thank you all. It's very kind. It's always great to see you on, and it's always wonderful, to see you on the Zoom social meetups, and so happy to meet Stella. So. Okay, so Patrick asks, is it possible to set up a project logical project logical editor preset that hides deactivated tracks. So yeah, I think we could do that. So let's say these tracks here, we'll make them audio 4 through 8. We'll disable these tracks. Okay, so we have those tracks deactivated, disabled. So let's go to our project logical editor. Let's go to setup. Okay, so we want to select container type that is track, whose property is set to let's see if it is disabled. And for the post process, we want to go to our channel and track visibility. So we want to say okay, make sure I had that my filter set, and we'll say hide selected channels. All right, so we have all these channels here. So now I'll just click there, and now those channels have now been gone. So we have violin 2, 3, and those tracks have now been hidden. So again, just you want to select container type is equal to track, property is set to is disabled. So we're going to select disabled tracks, and then on the post process, we want to go to your channel and track visibility and hide selected channels. All right, so we see from Patrick, says, oh, sorry, I didn't mean fades with the selection tool, but with the region selection tool. So is that the range tool? So if you have the range tool here, so let's say I have let's say the end of the file selected. If you hit the letter A, like Apple, or the beginning of the file selected with the range tool, you could just hit A. Or if you, let's say if we're in the middle of a clip here, I could hit A and it'll do fade in and fade out. If we select a range in the middle. So try just using the, adjust fades to range. So it's just the letter A. So again, if I'm at the end of the file, I could just come here, select that with the range tool, and you could just kind of hit A, and that will just do the range selection. So try that, Patrick. All right, so Rick Show just asked a question more on harmonies. Can I set that I just want one bass, one soprano, or any other combination? Also, if I added 2 harmonies but later want to add 3, is there an easy way to add the 3rd harmony? All right, so let's just jump back to that project. All right, so I'm going to remove I'll just... Okay, so let's say I'm here and I have my harmonies selected. So I have my range selected. So I want to go to my project menu, or go to audio menu rather, to generate harmony voices. Okay, so let's say I want to generate 2. Now once I do this, if I go to my chords, we can say that this is soprano and alto. So if you go to the chords inspector tab, so we listen to it. So if I want to take this harmony, which was, let's say, our alto,
We can't go on.
I could just say, let's go to tenor.
We can't go on.
Or bass. So let's say I want to do kind of that same region. So let's say I'll just come here, move that region up. Let's generate one more harmony voice. So we'll say one harmony. So then again, it's just, okay, I want bass here, I want soprano, I want, so you may just have to manually switch it. So you can say I want alto and tenor. So for each track, you could set which voice. So you have an alternate, so you can set it for a single voice, and you have kind of, one choice for, and alternate voices, alternate selections for SATB. So now we could have your 3 voices all play.
We can't go on. Living the life.
So you could do that, and you could just, change which voice you want it to be right there. Okay. All right, so a question, if I update from Cubase 12 to 13, do I still retain access to Cubase 12? Yes. So, so we're not going to, we're not like other companies that, make you have a forced upgrade path migration. So your Cubase 13 license works with Cubase 12. Your Cubase 14 license will work with Cubase 13, Cubase 12, etc. And even if you had like a Cubase 11 license on eLicenser, that would work all the way back to VST 32. So sometimes it could go back about 20 years. All right, so we see from Daniela Tocan, is there any problem with Cubase if the C disk is just 256 gigabytes and you store at disk E, for example, startup takes 5 to 10 minutes just to start and load VST Connect? So generally VST Connect, so I'm not sure if you're running VST Connect inside of Cubase or if you're running VST Connect Performer, but generally it seems like, like you saw, my Cubase starts in about 20 seconds at the most. So the very first time that it does run, Cubase will go through and, do an analysis of your plugins. So it's, doing like an integrity check. It's measuring the delay compensation of all the plugins as well. So the first time, and if it doesn't get through that scan, or if there's a problematic plugin, then that scan may be trying to resolve itself. But generally, I wouldn't anticipate it taking that long. All right, so Jav asks, can Reason still be rewired? So Reason Studios has dropped support for Reason as a couple of years ago. So probably when they started to run Reason as a VST3 plugin. So since you could run it as a VST3 plugin, they don't support Rewire anymore, and they've discontinued it. So we don't offer that, but you can still use it inside of Cubase as a VST3 plugin finally. Okay. Okay, so we see question. Is there a way to hear drum samples in Groove Agent library when I want to change sounds of kit? So yeah, let's go take a look. Okay, so let's say we are playing a pattern here. So let's come over to our instrument. All right, so let's say we're playing. So let's say I want to audition different kick drums. So I'm going to select this pad. We go to this little folder here. And now we can say, let's go to instruments. And I'm looking for kick drums. So I want this to be, let's say, all instrument sets. So while the pattern is playing, so any samples that you have, and let's say if you want to go outside of the Groove Agent kits, you could just come over here to your browser and then search anywhere on your computer for samples that you might have. So let me know. So again, select the pad that you want to replace. You could open up the browser by clicking on a little folder icon and then just click on instruments. You could select what kind of drum sound you're looking for and then go to town. All right, wonderful to see Michael Teams from Weatherford, Texas. Glad you can make it. All right, so we see a question. In Vari Audio, can you duplicate or copy or paste a single note? All right, so I think, with Vari Audio, so a lot of times if you've done the editing in Vari Audio, you could come over here. So let's say we're in Vari Audio. It's not really intended to, it's intended to kind of do the editing on what's there. So, if I have these selected, we can move them up or down. But, if you want to come over and say, okay, let's go to our definition. I want to take these two notes. We could copy and let's see if we could paste right there. And then if you jump back to Vari Audio, so it's not necessarily a Vari Audio function, but you could do it within the sample editor. And then you could just go back to Vari Audio and make your changes like that. Okay, Michael Teams wants people to whack the like button. See, Val just says auto-generate voices. Oh my God, I have to use that. So yeah, it's a great feature. Been in there since Cubase 7, I think. Yeah. Okay, just reading through comments. All right, so we see from Patrick, great to hear I retain access to previous Cubase versions. When I upgrade, do I also get access to Cubase versions I never owned, or does my access stop with the first version I ever bought? So It kind of really depends, because with Cubase 12 it migrated to a new licensing system. So if you had previous versions of Cubase, what it would do is on your E-licenser, so Cubase 11 and earlier utilized the E-licenser licensing scheme. So what would happen is if you had Cubase 11, that would run everything prior to Cubase, from back to SX1, utilizing the. So if you bought at Cubase 11, you could go back to any version prior to that. If you bought at Cubase 12, since you never owned Cubase 11, you could only run Cubase 12. It doesn't entitle you. So if your first version of Cubase you bought brand new was Cubase 12, you're not going to get an E-licenser to run previous versions. If you had an E-licenser version, that is upgraded to the very last version of Cubase 11 to a non-upgradable license. So if you had 11, that will still work for all previous versions. But if you bought in for the very first time at 12, you can't run 11 and earlier. And the thinking is you never owned it. So you don't. We do this primarily for project compatibility. So, but since it's two different licensing systems, so now with Cubase 12 and 13 are on Steinberg licensing, that will be kind of the new cutoff point. But if you did own previous versions, you could run earlier versions. But again, there's a kind of a cutoff point from Cubase 11 and earlier and 12 and later. All right. All right, so we see just what is the highest supported visual resolution in Cubase 13. So I know that you could definitely, I know it's set up for high DPI. So I think you could do up to 8K depending on your video card. I think it's 8K, I want to say, but I know you could definitely do 4K resolution, but it really could depend upon your resolution of your video card. Like my computer, my video card just does 1080p. But if I had a different video card and a different display, I could run higher resolutions. So you use a 55-inch monitor and had problems with scaling at Cubase in 4K. So, realize that you could have scaling at the operating system level and also at the Windows level. If you go to your preferences, and you'll see under General that you could do scaling, for the application that's independent of what you have in Cubase. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and jump over to questions that were emailed in. So let me just open up. I think we have a project that was already kind of set up for some of these. Thanks for all the great questions from everyone. Hope that everyone's learned some new tips or tricks. Let me open up some of the questions we had mailed. All right, so we had a question: how to tune a project to 432 hertz as a tuning reference in real time. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and open up a different project real quick here just to show this. So, so some people want to use 432 as the tuning reference, and we could do that in Cubase. All right, let me just one. All right. So if we want to select all of the audio events, so let's say I want to take my audio events here. We're going to select all the audio events, and then we'll see a fine tune. So here what we could do is set this to -8, and that will go from a tuning scale of 440 to 432. Now that doesn't affect the MIDI. The MIDI, to change it from 440 to 432, will actually require like that we go to your instrument. So let's open up the instrument, and you could see here in HALion 7, what we're using for kind of all the sounds, we can see the tuning reference here. It's currently set to 440. We could change that to 432. And now all of the MIDI will be kind of dropped down to a tuning reference of 432. So select all of the audio events, and from the info line, you want to, after selecting all of your audio events, you want to come over here, adjust your fine tuning down to -8. And if you want the MIDI to be in tune with the particular instrument, adjust the tuning scale within the instrument. It could be that some instruments don't have that capability, and that's just a limitation of the particular instrument. All right, so we had a question. How can I raise multiple volume faders at the same time? Okay, so we could do this using quick links or linking. So probably the easiest way is to do a quick link. So I'm going to take my mix console here. Let's select a number of faders, right? And I'm going to just click on these 3 little dots here. We're going to activate Q-Link. So I'm going to select the channels. I just hold down the Shift key. And now as I move, once Q-Link is enabled, I can move one fader if I hold down the Control or Command. So if I hold down the Alt or Option key, I can quickly overwrite that, and we could just adjust multiple faders at once. Hang on a second, my son is knocking at the door. Hang on. All right, I'm sorry about that. All right. All right, so we have a question. Can I modulate a HALion 7 FM Lab preset with the synth engine in the zone element edit tab instead of the normal way with the macro page? I don't think so. Let's go ahead and take a quick look. So open up the instrument. So let's say if I wanted to come here, let's look at, I think it's if we go to the program tree. So a lot of times some of the instruments, when we go to like our FM lab, so if we, some of the instruments as we load them up, we could basically kind of see all of the, it's almost like taking the engine that generates the sounds. And I think when we open up FM lab, that that it has a little lock symbol. So let me just see if, but I don't think that it is available to edit. So, but maybe if you, but I think that it's kind of locked out so that you could do all of the work here. So I think that's what this little lock icon indicates. I'm not sure if there is a way to do it. So I'm inclined to say no, but I'll do some more research on it. Okay, another question. I changed the headroom parameter in the amplifier section and my master fader is clipping. Now when I play a chord pad, how can I reset the master fader? What can I do to prevent clipping? So if you're having, let's say, your chord pads, there is a velocity. So make sure that if you're running into clipping as you play, you could try adjusting the velocity here. So if you could at that point just try adjusting there, or it's going to be just the level of the instrument that the chord track is playing. And then also you could always go to the mix console, go to your actual fader here and drop the fader down if you need to. All right, so we had a question. I want to send each channel's meter signal from Cubase via a CC to a tablet running Touch OSC so I can see the dB scale on the tablet. I think I did in the past via MIDI GM device, but I don't remember what the naming is of the CC signal for the channel meter. Also, can you sign the device the old way together with the new way? So I'm not sure if it's showing the actual dB value. If you want to see like the channel meters, like as we play back, if you wanted these meters to be kind of carried over to the control pad, and if it's so depending on, I think you mentioned it was like a tablet with Touch OSC. So I think that if we go to like the MIDI remote, that we could set up a particular function. Let's get to like maybe the mix console. I think if we go to that you could come over and maybe see the level, and you might have to do it with the API. So I'm not sure, like when you say you did it with the GM device, that wouldn't be like audio, but when you see kind of the dB meters, that's kind of what I would assume. But so I don't know way, and I don't have a Touch. I think the Touch OSC license for that. Yeah, so in Touch OSC, so you can see the dB scale on the tablet. So I'm not sure if the Touch OSC will allow you, there is a MIDI remote API. So if you, kind of come over to, in the MIDI remote itself, you can open up, the API for the MIDI remote settings. But I'm not sure if that would translate over if you wanted to see like the metering scale in dB over to your tablet. Okay, and then we had a discussion last live stream with Patrick wanting to adjust. He talked about he was wanting routing folders so that we could select as tracks are dropped in that we could change the routing to a bus. So one thing and this is kind of a workaround, one thing I created that might work. So let's say in this project I have a drum group. And we can say like I have a drum folder, and these are now going out to my stereo output. And I'm just going to select my drum group here. We could close this. Let's go to my project logical editor. Now let's set this up. So we're going to transform, and we're going to say our container type is, I think we might say track, and let's say the property is set to is selected, and let's say property is set to is selected, and let's say property is set to parent object is selected, and I'm going to change this Boolean condition to OR. So I'm just going to test this to see if this will select all of our tracks in the folder. Okay, so now all those tracks are selected. So what we want to do now is, if we have kind of like buses in our project, so we may have a vocal group, a drum group, a guitar group, a synth group, etc. So now we could come to insert and say, let's go to track operation. So if you have existing groups, we could say, let's connect the output to our drum group. So now I could take the selected channels here, and just by selecting the folder itself, I could hit apply. And if everything went right, now we can see the output of the tracks in the selected group, in the selected folder, have now automatically been routed to drums. If I go to my guitar group, I could just come here. These are all going to my stereo output. If I drag this over, I could select the drum group, hit apply, and now this is automatically set. So we could have different keyboard shortcuts to trigger, this is routed, select the drum group, this goes to my drum group, this goes to, the vocal group, this goes to my guitar group, and you can have presets to do kind of routing that way. So that way you could select a particular group, any track that's in that can automatically be bused to a particular, or you could select a particular folder and any track could be set to a predestined bus. All right, let's jump back to our live questions. Thanks for all the great questions from everyone. Appreciate it. Got a couple more minutes. All right, wonderful to see Daryl McKeechin on. It says, could you show an example of how to set up Iconica Sketch for orchestral stuff? I think I met Daryl when I did a clinic first time at Easy Music in Honolulu, if memory serves. He's playing an Air Force group, if I'm not mistaken. All right. Here we go. So Iconica Sketch is a wonderful 5 gigabyte library, orchestral library that comes with Cubase. All right, so and the beauty of it is, once you go to your Iconica Sketch here, we can choose, okay, I want to go to my flute. This will have all sorts of different articulations. So if we say, okay, we want to go to our, we have staccato, marcato. So as we would play, we could switch between different articulations. And once we have these all set up, the beauty of this is we could switch all these articulations. So as soon as we come over here, we could go to our expression maps, and we could say import key switches, and that will automatically extract all the key switches directly from the particular instrument. So just to kind of listen to it as we... And if we wanted to kind of change like how the dynamics of the instruments change, I could select it and just use my modulation wheel. And as I move my mod wheel, and that would allow me to control the dynamics so that we have very realistic sounds. So if you haven't, if you have Cubase 13, if you haven't played around with Iconica Sketch, it's definitely a wonderful library to start working with. So we see, I really don't know what plugins do you get when you purchase Cubase. So when we look at I think there's a pretty detailed list, but let's come over here. So we get, for your VST effects, all of these effects are included. So let's say you have an analyzer, you have ones that could be used in channel strip, delays, different distortions and amplifiers, dynamics, EQs, different filters, some mastering, some modulation effects, some others. So you have vocoders, pitch shifting, reverbs, spatial for doing like surround panning, surround. So all sorts of great plugins. As far as instruments, you will get Retrolog, Groove Agent 5 SE, Pad Shop 2, and HALion Sonic. Just a quick note, thank you for the Groove Agent tip. See how we're doing. We have about 1 minute left. Okay, sorry, my chat field just jumped. All right, so we see question, can I use 2 Macs via system, VST system link with the same Cubase license? Kind regards. So I guess you could technically do it in Cubase 12 or Cubase 13. I think you're supposed to run 1 license at a time, but I think it would still work for you. All right, so with that, we are out of time. I want to thank everyone for the great questions. We'll be back on Tuesday starting at 1 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. And if you want to send questions in advance, please send it to clubcubase@steinberg.de. Everyone, please, I'm grateful that you spent some time learning some new tricks on Cubase. And we'll again be back on Tuesday and Friday next week. And we hope to see you back. And everyone, please stay safe and healthy. Take care.